Evening, folks. There's not many people here, but time for me to do my usual warm-up and go do my normal raid roulette. Yeah. Today's not been too bad. Right then, in we go. Let's go kick some ass. Some windows for that. Some windows for that. But yeah, after the shit there was last night. Alright. Oh, here we go again. You know, they can have hate for once. They can have hate for this one. They're better geared than I am. Better geared and probably actually better, period. That's Edenmorn gear. That's Edenmorn gear and a very fancy attire. Move here because there we go. Perfect. The big bangs got baited perfectly. We've got it. Yep. Find a way to move. There we go. Oh, they've all got themselves bloody kit. Oh dear. Shit! I mean, we're dead. We're dead. The healers are gone. Yeah, we're fucked. Might be a good move to just jump. Yeah, that fight can be messy. Holy shit, I've never had a fight go that badly and had that fight go that badly that quickly in a while. Holy shit. Wow. There we go. I seem to have that bit down nicely. More big bangs. I think he's trying to move. I think she's trying to move the boss as little as possible, which is understandable. Go. Going down this time, you big four-armed fucker. There we go. That completely negates Blackest Night. I didn't know that. There we go. Right, add phase over. Brilliant. That's bad. Warrior's connection's dying. That didn't do half as much damage as I thought it was going to do. We've got it. That hurts. Got it! Oh, you can still have the combo, holy shit. Yep, Chaos is dead. Right. I'm going to say no, that got a bit chaotic. Holy shit. Right, in any case, while I set up and get myself ready for the next big expansion, put the intermission screen up for a moment so you all get to see my beautiful face. Because I'm going to get myself over to Mordona. While I do that, I'm actually going to get one of my other models, one that's not likely to break. Oh, but they've got fucking room. It's actually further away than I thought it was. Right. One moment, please. Right then, I figured I'd show this one off today. Oh shit, thank you, Joker. Yeah, this isn't the latest one, this isn't one I built a bit ago and I just knocked it against the door. But this is one of the most complex kits I've ever built. This is the, it's basically a master grade version of the Freedom Gundam from, not the Freedom, the Strike Gundam from Gundam Seed. It's the perfect grade one, and it's fucking enormous. It took dedication and several days. I got it shortly before I built it on this new desk, and it's one of my favourite ones. Easily. Again, took a little bit of doing, but It's one of my faves. I'm not moving the other one because moving that big and up there actually damn near broke the thing. Which I don't fancy doing again. Okay, so I'm going to get myself over to the stones. So we can get on with the next bit of the story. Yeah, I managed to fix it, but it was a ball ache. I'm going to get this one back home though. Bear with me a moment again. Fuck. The key issue with that one, Joker, is that the stand is a bit shocking because there's a bit at the bottom of it that keeps coming off. But I've sorted it now. In any case, New Game Plus, and it's time to start Shadowbringers. Gonna get me dude sat down. But yeah, got myself a new glamour for this one, a slightly new look. Might be weird then, didn't it? We'll give him something better than the goggles, but I still like them. Just gave him a new coat. Have a word with them all, see how they're doing. You needn't worry about the Scions. Osha, my sister and I have been keeping over them in shifts ever since they arrived at the Rising Stones. If only they would give some signs of stirring. Never realised how critical a role the Archons played in all that we do here. Won't be easy to make up for their absence. I'm sure you'll manage it. Try not to fuck the Balder brothers again. My brother says he will work twice as hard in the Scion stead, which likely means I must work thrice as hard if I am to match his pace. In light of the present condition of the Scions, even Riol has returned from afield. Never has there been a greater need to marshal our resources. Our brothers and sisters are fallen, but duty will not afford us time to wallow in misery. Until they are returned to us, we must work twice as hard. Grandfather doubts his ability to contribute to the Scions, and try as I might, I cannot assuage his doubts. Would that Hermé was here, he'd know what to say. Everyone labours tirelessly to fulfil the Scions' duties in their absence, and yet I sometimes wonder what worth yet remains in these old bones of mine. Fuck knows how many years of experience. And that's if Guardian male, so a lot of it. Hey, I'm afraid there is still no change in the Scions' condition, and the means to wake them from their slumber yet eludes us. I pray this beacon of the Crystal Tower might guide us to an answer. Right then. Hold on. I'm only going till about midnight tonight, so... Well, probably about half midnight, because Dynamite will be on about half hour after that. And I like keeping up with my wrestling. Yeah, let's see what Tataru's got for me. Good news, Taylor. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Oh? Apparently our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows around the base of the Crystal Tower. Huh? That's new. A path I doubt we'd ever have found if the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there. Checking under rocks, peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Then we'd better go give him an hand, hadn't we? My thoughts exactly. sooner we find this beacon, the sooner we can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to help our friends. We have to find a way to wake them up. And before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we've got no time to lose. That is true. That is true. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. And she's hoofing it. But yeah, at least things in-game are more stable than my fucking family life. Because honestly, I am this close to strangling social fucking services. Although my sister is going to do worse than strangle them because she's lawyered up. Okay, guys. Let's get ourselves on the boat. Got another world to go visit today, lads. Heading to the server site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. I mean, if the map was big enough, yeah, it does a bit, especially now, considering what happened Some obstructive bureaucratic dickhead is trying to take my niece off them. And because of all the stress they've caused, my sister and her partner have lawyered up, and they're potentially suing them. Confused as fuck. As many issues as my family has, my sister's come on leaps and bounds in the last couple of years. Especially when it comes to my niece. And I love that girl dearly. If I had more money, I would be doting on her all the damn time. But at the moment, I'm pretty much flat broke, so all I've done is get her a Christmas present. In the form of a doll. Little girls and dolls. Too fucking right there, man. Too fucking right there. But to say, the way things were with me and my biological family, I'm honest to God shocked that they weren't waiting at the other end. They weren't waiting at the other end of the fucking surgery table when my mother was giving birth to me, with a catcher's glove on or something. I mean, don't get me wrong, I had my misgivings about my sister having a kid, but Jesus fuck. You don't put people through shit like that. Ever. Hence why I'm not surprised my sister's lawyered up, because I would have done as well. They've lawyered up and they've put in a very severe complaint. Still, they'll get it back. Hell, I'll lawyer up if I have to. Right then. Time to get ourselves going. Sometimes, yeah. Do you know what the cheeky cunt said to him? They asked if they'd hit my niece. They asked.
Look how many people there are.
Cutscene time.
Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Alright then.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
I like these two.
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions.
I think what's basically happened is some overzealous dick. It's like my niece has got a few bruises because, well, when she's tired, she gets clumsy, and due to a bit of a condition that I think most of my family inherited from my mum, she walks with her foot inwards and trips over a bit. And so someone at social services decided that some of those bruises aren't normal. It's like, yeah, fuck. So honest to God, someone's gonna wind up losing the job over this. Because getting sued because of something someone said is a ball ache. And as I said, I love my sister to bits, I love my niece to bits. Yeah, there's also the fact she could potentially, she could potentially basically have what I had for a bit, and what I potentially still have. She could have dyspraxia. She could also have what my sister has, which is ADHD. She's the sole person in my family, I think, who inherited that from my mum. God rest her fucking soul. It's like times like this where I'm actually quite glad my mum's no longer around, because, well, it'd make even more of a mess. Yeah. And honestly, God, I want a chance to dote on my niece. I want that chance. I want to be able to do that. Because honestly, God, I'm not becoming a fucking dad. I don't want to be a parent. I don't want that responsibility. But a niece, I will happily take that. Didn't know what to make of it when I first found out, but well, here we are 2 years down the line, and it's like, yep, can't say I'm doing too badly. Although again, I did joke about getting my niece some hot wings and then but I don't want to do that to my sister and her partner. Although to be fair, I think my niece can already handle spicy food. She's gonna wind up like me, and I don't know if that's a good thing or not. A little female version of me. Fuck, that's gonna be interesting. It's like I had my sister at one point asking me to get her some nappies and shit like that, you know. And luckily, it was double discount at the time. So I was just like, you know what? Okay, we'll do it. So her partner was like, no, you don't have to. Mate, it was double discount, and I had points. Yeah, fate shall tell. Fate shall tell. I'm still not having kids of my own. Don't mind being don't mind the idea of being a stepdad. I do like being an uncle. I don't want biological kids of my own. I don't want to hand down any of the issues I've got.
Jesse collared the chief for some other business, so we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
By that, he means Jesse probably grabbed him by the bollocks and is telling him not to waste any more money.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
Hopefully. Yeah, and here we are at basically what amounts to an archaeological dig site.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
Sorry, man.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
Oh. I mean, aside from this massive crystal... lads! I think I found some...
I meant to say, the scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in.
Yeah, I don't think I'll have to... Yeah.
What's that you got there?
Yeah, I don't think I'll have to worry. I think I found it.
That looks promising.
Looks like a cog.
Isn't that the ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Yeah, I don't know what they got down here.
Now I have you.
Oh, not fucking that.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Well, this is supposed to happen.
Oh, wonderful.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Oh, safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
No promises.
The dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
Oh,
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you.
Spirited accounts always comes up.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
the heck? That was... That's the flood.
Your time has not yet come.
That was Minfilia. And here we are. Welcome to the first. A world that's actually dying. Because of way too much light. This is not something I'm used to.
Endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
This place is weird. You don't see many places with purple grass. Or trees. It's been a while since I've seen this bit.
to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Wait, what the fuck do you mean night? Oh. Fuck do you mean this time of night? New to these parts, man.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
So it's been like this for a while then. I'll do it with
Over
Chocobo.
100 bleeding years ago, that's when.
100 plus years of constant brightness. I think we'd go pretty mad.
You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then.
I'll pass. At least use a glass, you fucking Philistine.
I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby. Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
That's where he needs his head then, I guess. This music always gives me chills. Always.
To dizzying heights it rises. The gleaming spire. Its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy.
Don't know what that's doing here.
There, it will all begin anew. Between dark and light. The pure and the corrupt. The one true struggle.
But yeah, I need to finish this in just over a week. So I need to sort of fly through this. But yeah. Welcome to Northrant. The Forest of the Lost Shepherd in Lakeland. This place is a mess. A big, complex mess. So here we are.
Halt.
Yep.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Alright. Fire away.
From where do you hail?
Gridania.
Do you take me for a fool? No such place exists. Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
You'll like this game, there's quite a lot of them. Nice shot. Yeah, she's a dancer, this one.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand. Ring and all.
Ugh. Him down the road. Already gone. Huh?
Everything all right, Captain?
Quite all right, my lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known.
Yeah, could say that.
Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city.
Cheers. She's big.
Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Hopefully, no worries.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we are somewhere more private.
Alright.
Right then. Before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
No worries.
I had intended to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief.
Oh, fair enough.
And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Yeah, about that. Well, that would tell you who he is instantly. I'm not going to tell you, but that would tell you who he is. Are the other scions here?
That is a question with no simple answer. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah, what's up with them?
Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost.
Oh, shit, that ain't good.
And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes.
And thank you.
Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well.
Well, that's good to know. Get to the point.
But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
Sounds good to me. That lets you know just how big the Crystal Tower is. It's fucking enormous. But yeah, this is only gonna be a shorter stream, but I'm gonna make up for that tomorrow and Friday. And hopefully Saturday as well.
Such a proud and vibrant city. The sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death.
Suppose so.
No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. It's nice to get back here, you know. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But first, I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders and glean something of this world and its predicament. Okay. As you can see, was out wandering around Leeds earlier with sister. Has it been the rightful subject of my summoning? Oh, fuck. I completely forgot to press something and read all through that. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. Long since done. After you have done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the Crystalline Mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman Catlas. Pardon me. One of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Moren. To reach him in his cabinet of curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps. Take the exit on the left and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. Yeah, okay. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. Trust my directions were simple enough? Crystal clear, mate. Oh, very good, I concede. I concede the layout of the Crystarium owes more to the historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be in finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There's an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. Fair enough. When you've finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the centre of town. Until then, alright. But yeah, this town, or this city, is based on the first. It's based on the first map. It's based on a town in the original opening of Final Fantasy XIV. Now, I've already attuned. I attuned long ago. By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly distant currents of ether. Your connection to these energies is faint, but stable, and should allow teleportation to display to Aetherites in the source. In the case, first thing I'm going to do is go up. And have a word. What's the name up here? Catalyst. I can't go through here, which is a shame. And you can't use them out in town, so running is one of the only things you can really do. It's a very pretty place, this. I'll have a word with her then. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? Not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking, so it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized too, thanks to us it mean. We work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Alright. Just don't go thinking it'll be handed to you on a plate like those Yule Moran layabouts. Here in the Crystarium we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labour, you don't have that whiff of indolence about you like some folk I've met. Still can't pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? Same place as the Exarch. Oh, one of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then. I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. Thank you. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magic summoned the Crystal Tower into existence. Pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started showing up, and with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower, the place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He's indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So if he, and you, wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see if any crafting talent you may be hiding is there. If you've ought to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had the chance to settle in. Just ask for Catalyst, and you'll find a niche here in crystalline mean. He can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Yep, she's basically an elf. Ah. Can't jump down here. Mainly because the bit we need to go to, the door, is literally right underneath us. Right, there we go. Ow. But yeah, this is where you go for hunts. Anyways, let's go and have a word with the next one. I think this will be Moran. Luckily he's not a moron. He's all right. Likes his children's books. Yeah, welcome to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Basically, big fancy fucking library. It's fancy the one. It's fancier than the ones in my local area. I'll put it that way. Excuse me, sir. Are you recently come to the city perchance? I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and yeah, okay, that's what I'm here for. What I mean to ask is, have you bought any books with you? A rumpled scroll even? Scrap of scribbled on parchment? Yeah, my apologies, literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Moran, at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? Maybe as part of academic research? Find out this place. Oh, so you have an interest in modern history. Splendid! A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives. I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment and I'll fetch it for you. Cheeky fucker. I'm plenty literate. Here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair? Make yourself more comfortable? On with the lesson then. Fair enough. He's hugging that book close to his chest like he would a baby. A 100 years ago, near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world, as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We call this calamity the Flood of Light. Everything it touched was leaked of life and vigour, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet just when it seemed that all would be lost, a saviour appeared before us, the Oracle of Light. She stood twixt us and approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Norvrant, and Norvrant alone spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgent presence stole the night from Norvrant's sky. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I should be glad to retell it for you. Or if you would rather speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad of the company. flood of light. Oh, Inferno gear, I think that is. Oh, no, Hellfire gear. Looks very much the same on guys as it does as girls. Complete with breast window. We do that a lot. Gonna head over to the markets now. Might as well just warp over there. There's someone else I want to speak to here first before I talk to the last dude. Sayella. Welcome to Home Away from Home, the Wandering Stairs, where we serve the finest ale you'll find this side of the Crystarium. Courtesy of the Fat at Norriton, of course. But yeah. Going to spend a fair bit of time in this little bit. Well, at the Pendants, which is the inn. In the case, go and have a word with Braggy. Probably not pronounced like that, but I don't particularly care. It's Braggy. But yeah, this place is a bit broken. Oh, he looks shocked to see me. New to the city, friend? The spinning head and wide eyes give you away. Do they? Welcome. My name is Braggy, and I'm master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. But yeah. This is a race you can play in game, and they brought the they set the furries ablaze a bit. There's gonna be female ones sooner or later. So yeah. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for humans and such as yourself, so finding some at your side shouldn't be a problem. Sorry, did you say fumes? Don't call them where I'm from. I don't know where I'm from. Aye, something wrong. Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? Shorter one's a hume, like you. The taller one's an elf. Sturdy individual over there is a gallant. While the one with horns is a drawn. And then you have the large, scaly chaps with long tails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zoon. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. Same place as the Exarch. Ah, same as Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. I've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they've floundered over the simplest things. Not to worry. Should you find yourself confused by local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Yeah, he didn't explain about all of them, because they're... I don't know what they call the bunny girls here, but the cat folk, they call them mistels. She's got the Karen haircut. Running away. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? Yeah, just a bit. Here, got my notes. Yes, seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but 'twas necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you've noticed that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the self-same one you know from the source, transported to the first in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds. Something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I do not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. Yeah. You've done as I requested, and I learned something of the world in which you find yourself, Now, it's time I fulfill my half of the bargain and explained what has befallen your comrades. That is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters, however. I must go on ahead to the tower and organise a few things. I shall see that the guard knows to admit you. Just like that. Then Gratiris. I'm not familiar with that name. Is there something I should know? Bit of a long story. An extraordinary tale. I'm afraid I found no such individual residing in the tower when it passed into my care. Mayhap we can revisit that mystery another time. For now, I think it best we focus on the present. I don't think he's being honest. There. Don't think he's being entirely honest. Again, I've played this already, so I know what the truth is, but I'm not going to spoil it for you. Gratia was the best cat boy. Greetings, sir. The Exarch awaits you within. In I go, then. Oh, I've not been to this bit of the tower before. Not in a while, at least. Sorry.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard.
Perfect.
I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world. Pray keep that in mind.
Fair enough.
Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions.
Yeah, just a bit.
Simply, they are here in the first.
Ah.
Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the source.
Oh.
In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the first, and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted.
Oh, wonderful.
That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Yustola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5.
Oh, brilliant. So he's been here a while.
Even our more recent arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year.
Can't say LSA will have been proud to will have been happy to see you.
My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete.
I can see that.
Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are in truth merely spirits that one can see and touch.
And they arrived here naked.
Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
We'll find a way. What have they been doing all this time?
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future, that which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes.
Oh jeez, that ain't good.
Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die.
What?
And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity.
Hopefully.
Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
For now. Yeah. Aye. But I will see that you keep that promise.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
Alright. Alright then. The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room has just become available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path will take us there past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along. Alright then. See what he's got for us. The Ex-Arxan, he's one of the he's actually alright. When I first played this, I was very suspicious of him. Very suspicious. Oh, night steel stuff. That's chromite. I may have to look into getting some of that again, because I like that setup. It's expensive though. Apologies.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here.
Keep that in mind.
Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough.
Oh, that's good at least. Doesn't do what Final Fantasy XI did.
Its own coins, but was all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal.
Oh.
As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land, so too did our usage of gil become common practice.
Oh, good.
From what your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter.
Oh, grand.
Our way of life has benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower, some of which may be familiar to you.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Allegan tombstones. They're phones. Ah, dear. Not again.
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your home world.
That I will.
Avan Kerm Sin?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
Oh dear. And now we introduce the Fae
My dear
folk.
Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift. How wonderfully exciting. What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did. You've the heart of a pixie, you do. After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin.
Also, important thing, if you live anywhere near where there's stories of fairies and stuff, do not fuck with the fair folk. Do not fuck around with them. They will fuck with you in ways you will not believe. I've read stories. Even if there's probably a fair bit of hyperbole to them, people are still fucking careful. It's like, don't jump in ring to toadstools. Don't do shit like that. Don't climb hills if people tell you not to climb them. Same goes in Northrant.
But answer me this, traveller. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
Well, yeah. I'm not speaking with fucking dentures, am I?
Just as I thought. Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Snay Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand.
Great, he's got me making a pact with a fairy.
Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap her message to your friends in the source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Sounds like a good deal. Send a message to Tataru.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Ul of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium.
Well, because he got the fucking tower.
Right, we were going to organise a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Alright. As a result of your pact with Feo Ul, you now have access to delivery moogles, market board, and summoning bells while in the first. Yeah, right, let's go and have a word with the Exarch over at the Pendants. Which is basically the inn here. It appears to be flats. Ah, there you are. I was just finalising the matters of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay and to make use of as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the Ocular anon. I believe that covers all the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Taylor. Were you denied the comforting blanket of night? Yep. Pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready, if you'd care to retire. Alright then, I best get into my quarters. I don't think I've got much choice. Oh, brilliant. Okay. It has been a while, hasn't it?
You're the warrior of light from the source.
The warrior of darkness?
What? Did you just... You can hear me?
Well, yes. Can no one else?
Gods, how long has it been?
No, they can't.
That was what I called myself in your world. The warrior of darkness. My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back.
Yeah. Yeah, Arbert, wasn't it?
If you recall my tale, it was my comrades and I who caused the flood. We thought our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source. And tried to hasten their goddamned ardor.
Yeah, that didn't work brilliantly, did it?
I remember when we fell. Defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas. And returned our souls to the first.
And watched as Uriandre had his crowning moment and double-crossed the Ascians.
To swallow Norvrant. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away. Leaving me to bear witness.
Yeah.
Tell me, do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
Oh, 100 years, mate.
A 100 years. 100 long years. find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been
So I
walking
just chatting with someone.
I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that? You were summoned to save the first. A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it.
Never too late, man.
Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end.
Maybe.
Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Sorry, just chatting about something that happened last year with Summer. About a couple of folk I had run-ins with online. Not gonna name names, because honest to God, these people don't deserve their name, and shouldn't have their name spoken. Where's that? Dossai Gate. Dossal Gate, I think. There we go. Sorry, just still chatting with them about the shit show couple of years ago that I was involved in. One that I've managed to pretty much move past. Well, back to the Exarch. See what he's got for me then.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
I had a good attempt. Well enough, thank you.
That is good to hear. Should you want for anything, pray let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts.
Alright then, go ahead.
This map shows the lands of Northrend, the only area to be spared the flood of light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland.
So, fair enough.
To the north is the fairy kingdom of Il-Meg. That is where you'll find Urianger.
Alright, we'll go there at some point then.
To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest.
Another place to go, oh then.
Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such,
brilliant.
I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium.
Fair enough.
Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmore, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness.
Oh, brilliant.
For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, travelled south to the arid wastes of Armorang. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calicia or Armorang? It matters not which you choose to visit first.
Alright, we'll figure something out.
Your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount. Ah, but you must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin-Eaters.
Oh, brilliant.
Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Oh, brilliant. Let's find out who this companion is. Now, firstly, we're going to go after Alice. Ready to depart for Armorang? Alice will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned for your well-being. She, impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was. Repeatedly. Remember, he summoned them and they arrived naked. So Alice decided the best thing to do would be to kick the shit out of the Crystal Exarch while she was in the nip. So he's there getting this tiny elven girl kicking the fuck out of him. And Alice had a bad temper, by the way. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, a master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amro launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. Right then. Let's go see Alice. Let's go meet Alice then, shall we? Because again, I know Alice. She was not pleased with this. She was not pleased with the arrangement. There we go. Ah dear. If you come looking for work, I'm out of the spot for another guard. Yeah, that's not why I'm here, mate. Got this. Oh, friend of the a friend of the Exarch. Hoping to meet someone in Armoreng, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. I believe I do. All set, and off to the unforgiving sands we go. Yeah, I've already got all the things.
From this parched earth, the nation of Nabath, Arang, once rose. When I journeyed here, long ago, I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Armoreng meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
Right then, let's get going. Right, back to Cassard. Oh, no matter how many times I come here, the cold never fails to catch me off guard. The sky may be as bright as in the scorching hours of the day, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alice of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Maud Sook to break up the trek, allowing me to attend some business, and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, you lot, I'm off. I better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Grand. Alright, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. And there's Leon Dogtooth. Oh, he's only just died. He's going to have to go a hell of a lick if he wants to finish the story before the next expansion comes out. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Armoreng, is it not? Oh shit, sorry. Here in the way. Before you cross the river of sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. Oh. They built them big, didn't they? That's Kazur Shal, A fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabarth-Areng. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they said that was once one of Norbrand's mightiest nations. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabarth-Areng's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying, most of them anyway. And no, not many choose to come here these days. Not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. Not everywhere visitors to this place. Wait until you see Mord Sook. Let's put on, shall we? Alright then. Hang on a sec. Here we are, Mord Sook. By the blessed shadow, I love this town. Mord Sook. Not just full of Mord, but Humes and all matter of others too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you met more before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you would never wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Jengen. I'll go ahead and let him know we've arrived. I might have mispronounced that. I think it's probably Gen. This fucking mount. Being carried around on by a claw. Oh shit, I forgot how weird they could be. What beady eyes.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mord Sook.
Sook is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang.
Oh, lovely.
You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mord Sook's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Oh, lovely.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money.
So they've got some
and
rich
so
place.
Our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
Alright.
Cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense. A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Oh!
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Well, I shouldn't have said that, mate.
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? Our jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
It's like being in fucking Castleford.
Over here! Come and look!
You buy, you buy?
Oh,
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots. Nothing better for the road than a full belly. Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
sounds good to me. It's like, can't blame him for trying, can you? Seriously, that's like being in a local market town. Only most of them won't buy the food at the actual markets. Give us a good plate of hot wings any day. I'm not sure if hot wings for breakfast is a good move, or was. Welcome to Run Run Traveller. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Those are frogs on fucking sticks. Oh, you like those? Oh, you like those? Chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks. Spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackle on the outside, gooey on the inside, perfect for snacking. Those would probably sell well in France. That's my ever-burning bounty, made with the best parts of the lizard. Cured with special spicy spices. Some might find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. Worms. Everyone's favourite. Plump white worms. White worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. You'll never want anything else. I've tried mealworms. They taste fucking weird. And that, I believe, is a chapati or something like that. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruit, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps it going in the heat. They all look tasty, yes? Which to choose, which to choose? Ever-burning bounty. Because that's what I'd choose. I like spicy stuff. Yes, put some spice in your step. You won't feel a cold this night. Probably probably not the next one either. You have the gold. Here you go. And done. One Verbitite honor buys you 10 sides of lizard meat. Ah. Oh, fuck. I said a lot. I. What an appetite, what a belly. A new legend is born in Maud Sook. Consider your coin purse cracked. I'm pleased to accept your custom, and Gengen will be pleased that you honoured ours. Whoa. Keeping the merchandise down, yes? No returns. Yeah. Okay. Okay. About 5 minutes later. was watching from here, Taylor. You honoured our custom and with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsook. If you need anything in our meringue, we are here to provide. Grand. You have courage, my friend. Ronron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on tomorrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsook. Alright then. Oh, offering your services, are you? I, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from markets. All properly paid for, you just need to do the lifting and carrying. Alright. I'll go and take some care of some last minute haggling then. See you in a bit. Thonton and Tholtol. That's one. Oh, that's one of them. Cassard sent it, did he? Right. Yeah, what kind of ore was it again? Iron ore? Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Thonton. Who's he? Right, table cactus and nav table cactus. Right then. You came in with Cassard, yes? Good, good. Can finally stop thinking about the sack. Please take your prickly purchase. And Mulmul. Yep. Hey, no touching. The merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. Got the receipt here, mate. What? Cassard sent you? Oh, why didn't you say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. No, 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 no. Nabatha relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. Alright then, off I go. It's always a good move to read. Don't tell me you've been round the entire market already. Here you go. Ah, that's the lot. Alright, good work. And quick work too, considering you've not set foot in the place before. I thought you'd want to sit in the city like the exarch, but someone tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your proficiency presents something of a problem. I hope to conclude on my business before you return, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out, so to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard, feels like an age until I saw you. Oh, God. Well, if it's the lovely Cesline. It has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Alice. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait. I know who you are. Alice has told me so much about you. You're Taylor, aren't you? Oh, God. Yeah, that's me. I knew it! How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. Which ones did she tell you? Which ones? Which ones? Seriously. I'm Cesline. I work as a carer here at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alistair quite well since he took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as Taylor's guard, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it'd be no trouble. It'd be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Alright. Alistair has been desperate to see you, Taylor, so let's get you there sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see it on top of the rock spice from here. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. Alright, then off we go. Right then, Tess. All set? Oh, I should probably mention the wildlife. While most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance, the local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. Think you can handle any beasts that trying to make a meal of us? Alright, will do. Thought you might. Alistair was always saying how much you... I mean, let's get going then, shall we? I think Alistair was crushing on us a bit, don't you? Yep. Well then. I think we've got some wolves to put down now. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bidden? Hold on. Those things can be nasty. Yeah, hardly a match for you, it seems. I always thought Alisaie was strong, but in her mind she was never... Now it makes sense. Well, we should push on. Might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. He must be blazing his way through the story. Yep. Really? Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. And here we are, back to Cesline. This is it. Thanks to you, I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't make the trip alone. Seems you ended up escorting me. Let's repay the favour somehow. But first, let's head inside, shall we? Alright then. Anyway, welcome to the Inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Kistarium since Alice arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. Still nothing contagious, is it? Contagious? Well, no, not as far as we know. I don't think I've met anyone besides Alice who is so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone who knew someone. I might leave out somewhat obvious, so it may be best to have Alice give you the full explanation. Alright. Now, where is she? Think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out on the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back when you're gone. Well, alright, love. Alright, then let's go see Alice. Other way. It's south. Oh, shit. Right. Well, from here... From here, you can actually see just how bad it got. That's crystallized light. I think it is, at least. Alice is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints on the ground. They look about the right size. Hold on a minute. Yeah, because again, Alice is quite small. The small footprints lead off to the northwest. Alright then. The footprints continue on to the northwest. So all these, well, mummies pretty much. The footprints curve around to the west. There we go. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. Oh.
Get back here!
And here we are. Meet Final Fantasy XIV's if you've not been before.
Is that... It can't be.
Maybe not quite as violent, but she's very similar to but she's as aggressive, I think, sometimes. I reckon when she grows up, she'll be as aggressive as Revy from Black Lagoon. Well, maybe not as aggressive. Impressive.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about. I knew
Fair
you'd
enough.
turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Liking the new look.
How are you?
I'm very well.
We've fought them to a standstill then.
Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived.
I bet.
I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision.
They'll be thinking of something, they'll be fine.
He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal.
I mean, yeah,
But
that's
on
what
this
Urianger.
matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation.
No, they're not.
As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters.
That we do.
That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood.
Yeah, kind of figured that.
100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even
Wonderful.
that's not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities.
Wonderful.
They are creatures of base instinct, that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them.
Well, good luck hunting them all down.
The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Teslin and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters, which is knowledge I can now share with you. While you help me finish my patrol, of course. Trying to see if I've got to go, because I want to get to the first dungeon by the end of the night. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, you clear the west. Pardon me. That way you can have an undiluted experience. You'll have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks in the map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a sin eater, but you'll know for soon enough when they come slavering after your ether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. When you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Alright then. It's gonna have words. It's gonna have words with the local beasties then, shall we? And I've got me bird, that'll help. There we go. That's one. Honestly, you think I could use the mount to just fire on them, but that'd be too easy, wouldn't it? Right on there. No much point really throwing everything I've got them at this level, is there? Right, back to Alice. How did you fare? Not too badly. I thought there might be one or two lurking on fringes. Nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser sin eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. Oh, hang on. Oh, that's that email I got for a minute ago. Basically, I've got a load of games on sale on Twitch. Not Twitch, on Steam. Looks like it's when they appear in numbers that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful sin eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols. To cull their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play. You've certainly helped out on that front. Let's report our victory to Tesleen, shall we? Alice tells me you helped out on the patrol. You have our thanks and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alice has missed your company. If Taylor was here, he would kill everything. That's no exaggeration. I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Taylor's methods. Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though I've no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. Thinks you were flirting. I love to lay out a welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but you mind waiting here with Alice, eh? Want to twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alice, eh? While we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. Just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. The names are Pornil, Todden, and Halric. They might not give much in the way of a response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. Alright then. Firstly, the Pornil. These are all folks these are all folks going through the transformation of sin, or becoming a sin. These are all folks who are becoming sin eaters, sadly. Thank you. Totem glances up at you blankly, but he knows the tension in his face ease slightly. And Halric. It's a fucking child, for fuck's sake. Sorry. Don't want to see kids in this kind of situation. Halric remained utterly still as he wiped the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. That ain't right. Sorry. Moogle hat. Yep. Seen to the patients? How were they? Couple of them alright, but Halric didn't see plastery. Good, that's good. Knew they'd enjoy meeting you. I am concerned about Halric though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, but I think his time may be near. We shall have to leave you to have that discussion then. I was going to take Taylor to Mordsuki if you have any errands there that need doing. I suppose there's one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Kassar's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Alright. Come on then, Taylor. There's something I want you to see. Right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. Alright then. Yeah, the first is not going through good. The first isn't going through a good time, as you can see. I think those might be potentials in it as well. Ngozi. Sorry. I think I'll be done with this just before Dynamite comes on in a few hours. Hopefully. Right then. Here's Ron. Back again, are you? Need to taste another of Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one free of charge. Oh, thank you. Of course, I've never seen a Maud merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did he spend here? Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Oh, no, they're not. Oh no, they're not for me. They're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. Alright then, fair enough. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the ether right to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. Alright then. Yeah. I figured I'd get myself a slightly new glam. I didn't have to buy the outfit, I'd already got the thing. Bought it ages ago. Oh jeez, that hat. And Raya Molcott. What's that again? Here are your precious worms. Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip up to the top of the tower, does it not? Glaze Wigglers! You actually bought them! I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails. Shall we?
Look, over there, where the wall is broken.
Yep.
Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness.
Yeah.
Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance.
I can tell. It's like salt flats.
That nectarine you bought. It's Halric's favorite fruit.
Oh. This? No, I'm not making that joke.
Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light.
It's not brilliant, is it?
The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn.
Yeah. That is a shame.
Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals.
Yeesh. Didn't hit me the first time I played.
I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me and then promptly collapsed?
Yeah, I do.
Well, let's just say I had a few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons.
He did mention that.
But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield.
You hadn't.
So
We'd
I
won.
swore that I'd make up for my absence there by making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
That's understandable. Poor fucking kid. Poor fucking kid. I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the first, one glimpse on the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Orionge's lecturing. And I needed you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It didn't just affect post to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It's their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Oh, jeez. This fucking story. This is one of the darkest I've ever been on done on an RPG. It's a good story nonetheless. It's like Heaven's Ward's brilliant, and then this came along. And there's a rank B monster. Go ahead. Think she's been waiting for us? You're back. Hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? Yeah, we did. Here you go. Thank you. Alisaie's explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. Spoke with the others and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be ready to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Ooh. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. Don't our gloomy faces worrying the patients? Think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat, I'll make us a nice stew. Well, IRL, I'm not a fan of stews. Don't like gravy.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
Fair enough.
And you've added something special to the broth, if I'm not mistaken.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
I'll have another bowl then.
That's what I like to hear. Give me a moment to warm up the pot. In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get. I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs.
Oh.
I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
The what?
The Warrior of Darkness?
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. Well, that's the version I was taught anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
I mean, maybe. That ain't good. We're all looking up.
They're coming.
Desleen!
That's not good.
Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
That ain't good. Tell Alice, say we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there all alone... We'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might be headed? No, he's never done anything like this before. But it can't be a coincidence that the other patrons are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very strong on his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the east side. Please, Halleck. Please be alright. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. Perfect, right next to the exit. That's not brilliant. Right then. Keep going missing like that. That's never good. In a place like this where there's not much fucking left. See no sign of Halvik. Maybe he went further west. There you go. See who else. See if there's anyone around here. Scan your surroundings in search of Halvik and suddenly find yourself under attack. Yep. And that was a minor Sin Eater. They're quite dangerous. Well, not to me, obviously. But the idea of them, holy shit. Right then. Cutscene time. Oh, this music. We're at Bedlam's
Any sign
brink.
of him?
No, no sign. You?
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
Oh, that's a beastie.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones.
Looks like it.
Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it!
Gladly.
There it is! Is that... Oh no! Halric!
Oh, jeez.
We have to run!
Oh, fuck.
Tesling! No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it. The time left to you is precious. No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
And that is a monstrously powerful Sin Eater to be able to do that. And the music doesn't help either. And that's not the shooters vomiting up, but that's light ether. And now she's lost herself. And normally, that affected her a lot, because Alice A does not do that normally. Jeez. Jesus fuck. I'm sorry, Taylor. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder they lean on. Not like this. I'll do it then. Don't think you've got much other choice, do I? Just so unfair. Telling was always so cheery with patients. Telling them not to be scared. There won't be any pain. For all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Gotta stop him even more. It's gotta make sure to stop him even more now. That burns. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us. So I appreciate what you're doing here. Me? I don't have the words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial. And she cared about that sort of thing. About giving the people the chance to say their goodbyes. Yeah, she did. Going away now. Further and further. Shit. That's all I can really say about that, but it fucking hurts you do it seeing that. Halleck is as unresponsive as ever. Stands motionless, staring up at the sky where the Sin Eaters made their escape. I've spoken with carers. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. Sorry to interrupt. We realised we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halric. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? That wasn't even a fight. I was too late, too slow. I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halric back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halric's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course, just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course. She would have done the same. Farewell, Halric. Keep Teslin's words close to your heart. Wait, you're living this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes. And a purpose. One moment. Ah. This damned light, building without cease. It's the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. What if we corrected the balance? Even if it were only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now hold on there. Everyone knows there's too much light, but how could you ever hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. To return to the Vigistarium, I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I have gained here to hurt them. Same here. Sorry for going quiet just then. Off to the Red Sarai. The Red Sarai. Seriously. The fucking Sin Eaters. So damn dangerous, so deadly, and killing someone without a second fucking thought. So similar things there must be similar monstrosities whenever another sort of calamity happened. A fire of ice. Don't know if it'd be a fire of earth, of water. Then the little water was more sudden, I think. Forgive me, Taylor. Couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. Sorry. While the men and women at the inn in battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way. With steel. From my yours a sword in darkness to Norvrant's sword in light. Gods above, feels like an age ago now. Miss Odyssey, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest Amaro, I need to return to Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Here we are, back at the Crystarium. Oh, remind me to wear goggles if ever we fly over Amarang again. Barely got the sand out of my eyes. The wind did help clear up my head at least. I think I'm ready to meet up with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin Eaters out. Shall we? Sounds good to me. It's not barely, it's barely even worth bloody warping. Because you can just do this. Right then. Over to the Exarch. Seriously. This is something the Ascians have wrought. Another fucking genocide. And a massive one. Thank you for seeking me out, Taylor. Meant a lot to have you here at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we had decided upon a direction, but you still have to visit Alphino, haven't you? And if I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success. If he aren't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being. Don't keep me waiting too long, eh? You will visit Alphino and Kaluja then? Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is a letter of introduction. Pray present it to Sem Genmai of the Master of Beasts at Temenos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Will do. Oh, jeez. Over to the Rookery then. So I'm not good at speaking when shit like that happens. I get a bit non-verbal. If that makes any sense. I get a bit quiet. Because stuff like that, fuck. Comes out of nowhere, no matter what, it hurts. Because you don't like seeing characters die pointless fucking deaths like that. That happened a lot here. Your face is unknown to me. What business have you in my rookery? Got this letter for you, man. Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an ammo for passage to Kaluja. I'll pick you out a friendly whelp. Indeed, I was expecting a chocobo. A chocobo? Do you hail from one of Norvrant's more isolated settlements, perchance? I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. But here in the Crystarium, mounts like that grey fallow there are far more commonly used. And seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding armour, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, but of course, the Exarch sent you to me. Ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amro launch. One of the junior tamers will attend to you while I ready the mounts. Alright then. Oh, and she's at least decently geared. Well, until the launch. Donich. Gonna have a word with the aspiring Amro tamer. You want to fly an Amro to Kaluja? Well, I suppose if Master Genbai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mount shortly. Well, off I go then.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
Kaluja. Not Kaluja. Yulmore. Right then. We are arrived. This is Crackshell Beach on the eastern coast of Kaluja. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Yeah. Spy you that city in the distance. That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale, and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Yulmoran elite have fancied themselves the masters of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly. The Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It may be wise to conceal your identity with the Exarch, conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here. Especially in the vicinity of the city. Will do. I am glad we understand each other. Now the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. Will do. If you head south along the... Oh, sorry, thought something going on there. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Eba. Eba keeps an eye on everything that happens in Kaluja and will be able to point you in the right direction. Send him a sprig of thyme. That would let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. Basically keeping those two things fed. So it's not too far from here. Yeah. Hobgoblins. Different versions of Gubius. And you can see the ruins of towns off in the distance. And yes, they are just ruins. Ah, Aba. What are you after? Fish? Grab? They've got an eel in a barrel somewhere if you've tasted them. I've got this. Oh, do love a bit of time. Chuck some in the bit, chuck some in pint. It's like a bloody festival of flavour. Now, what is I can do for you? Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Looking for Alphino. Alphino, eh? I know one. A young champion at Downtrodden. Ilmore's richer than all the Northrend put together, but it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive. Just makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. Aye, you can hazard a guess to where he is now, get a message to him. But you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide, that's the fishing village just up path there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern the locals call Leaky Keel. Wait there, and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Alright then. Right. Welcome to Stilltide. It's a bit of a hole, but it's alright. Complete with buxom barmaid. For your first time in tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. What'll you be having? You know what? I'll have a mead. Some mead. Fine choice. What'll you be paying with? Here. Well now, those are exotic. Where do you come by coins like that? Sorry dear, I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity. I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbours. Just have to come up with some other arrangement. Here's an idea. There's a convent at north where we grow our veggies, but lately the pests have been eating more than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to quash any vermin you find, then visit caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on job. He'll be in old silo next to a fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me and he can laze about here as long as you like. Alright then. But he's just like, look, you go do this for me and I'll let you have some drinks on the house. It's like mead. I'm never gonna say no to some mead. Right. Let's deal with crops. Not in good shape either if they're blighted. Well, hopefully they've got some way of dealing with it. Yeesh. And great, the door's been fucking bad. No response. Maybe it needs to knock louder. No response. Perhaps the occupant is hard of hearing. Bang on it, mate. Kick it fucking in. Hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to burst in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home. Do about like a furniture. They haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggest rats have taken up residence in their absence. Oh, that's not brilliant. I just kicked the door down. Space is like, yeah, I know what this is about. You can go do this for me so he's got time to get here. And so you don't wind up pissed on mead. Because if it were me, that's what I'd be doing. Welcome back, dear. What that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Well, he wasn't there. Gone? What's left to join the rest at Hopefuls? In Gate Town, outside Yulmore. Outside Yulmore? Don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? Indeed, I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. Leave and throw in another drink on the house. Oh, thank you. Next one's one minute, please.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend.
You come for a sneaky pint, I think.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfie, no, you really are a dear.
I get a feeling she's been mothering him.
I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep
Probably
an
a
eye
good
on the
move.
place while I'm out, eh?
Will do.
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu.
Yeah, just a bit.
It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Oh, thank you, Alfie. Oh, more of it about you, to be honest.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding.
I fucking bet.
But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Yeah, I get the feeling Alice will have told him some of it, including, during the bollocking, probably what happened with the Emperor.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change.
That it would. So we'll think of something.
But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity.
Pardon me? Yes, we
Orianger's
must.
vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true.
What?
By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire.
Aye. Black Rose.
Which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Asians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more.
Oh, that ain't good.
Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means.
Yeah.
And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion.
Go on.
I'm sure Orianger himself will cover the subject in more detail.
Eventually. Well, I found him yet.
But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course.
Yep.
They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity.
Same.
I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered.
Neither will I. Kinda get where he's coming from.
That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
You know me too well. Way too well. Let's go kick some ass, shall we?
And so we take to the road once more.
Pardon me. Sorry, had a little bit of wind. Right then. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, you may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west and then cross a small bridge. Alright then, off we go. Open arms, closed gates. Sorry. Yep. Kaluja seems rather peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar? I had a similar impression of the Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity has struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No, get away from me! Over there! Quickly, someone's in trouble. Right, off we go. Ist. Oh, brilliant. That's a Sin Eater. Look out! Yeah. Got it. You're right, madam. Just a few bruises from where I fell. Nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that stopped me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Sinilisa's task any easier. Thank you again. You saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had here but cobwebs and memories. Fair enough. Tis as the lady says. Many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to finish them off. To fight them off, I mean. Speaking of which, what have you been told of these monsters? Ah yes, Alice would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared with Amareng, Kaluja is almost a haven. But as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived but a few moments later, the Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. Still, we have won a small victory this time at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. Not too far, at least. See what else he got for me in this place. But yeah, Kaluza. It's hardly one of my favourite areas in the game. Right. A shantytown.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond.
Oh, great.
This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
Ah, I thought I recognised you. Brought a new friend, eh?
Could say that.
I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
Normally I would.
He's not here to compete. Leave him be.
What? I was only making conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please!
Oh, bloody hell. The Final Fantasy XIV version of Zorn and fucking Thorn.
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all. Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu. Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We may not at all.
Oh, brilliant.
Fish, is it?
Was there anyone?
What about that girl?
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame.
I figured.
It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. The noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Yulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged. And so they are picked over like market produce.
All to the creepy music from of the dolls from Final Fantasy IV.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in the City of Splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor.
Fucking brilliant.
Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident.
Meal. I think I'll pass on eating that.
For you.
Ah, hello.
Enjoy.
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Yulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gate Town, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well.
Yeah.
Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity, yet the whole arrangement just seems...
odd.
well,
Let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, I kind of know what the stuff is already. But yeah, they're fucking creepy. They're really fucking creepy. Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades. Ever since Yulmar's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I've seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I've tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gate Town and judge the situation for yourself. It's probably a good move. Go over the top bit first and then go elsewhere. Preoccupied petticoat. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Yep. Every day I dream of the life that waits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? I wouldn't want picking for that place. Really, I wouldn't. Large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks, meal, you realise, floating the otherwise plain broth. Yeah. Again, not my favourite city in the world. Still here, are ya? Can't blame you if you're wanting a slice of Yulmar's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make your home for yourself here. Gate Town's not much like an eye, but at least it's safe. And the meal is the best thing I've ever tasted. Yeah, this is not a place I'd want to spend much time. Yulmar is a fucking hive. You seen what Gate Town has to offer? These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on the handouts of Meol, and believe Yulmar is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unable to conceive of any other way of life. Something seems weird about this place, yeah. You disapprove of Yulmar? I mean, I do. It's difficult to make a final judgment without first seeing the city's inner workings. Mayhap it is that uncertainty which always makes me feel so ill at ease here. Not that it matters. However unjust this system seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticise their choices. Sorry. But that elderly lady you rescued, does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulmar's largesse are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gate Town, and so hamlets and fields across the land are left empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I am not convinced that Yulmar's generosity truly serves the best interests of Kaluza's people. Yet, I am not so naive to think there is some miraculous solution of all this. Yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers, struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken these long-delayed steps through Yulmar's gates. It is fortunate you arrived when you did, Talo. I've been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city. If all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. Sorry. There is a beast tribe that makes its homes in the sea surrounding the island. The Ondo they are called, though you and I know them as Sayagin. For the most part, they keep to themselves in their ocean grottos and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took such great pain to impress upon me during our stay in Gugane, business favours the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any protective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Yulmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. Yeah. Have you now? My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me in the exchange? Of course. Always will. Excellent. Shall be glad of your company. First things first then, we must pay a visit to Moshamoa, my supplier in right. Come then, just to the northeast of here. Well, northwest, northeast, don't know which. Naturally read. Oh. There we go. Yeah. I want to get through this bit quickly. Reasonably quickly. I have an hour and 40 minutes till Dynamite comes on. So I should be able to get through, so I should be done before then. Hopefully. Just checking how many quests I've got left to go. That's Dungeons Tay. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Moshamoa. This is my associate, Talo. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. Aye, I loaded up your lackey with goods not too long ago. My lackey, I've no such person. Mr. Ladshot blew out. No, he said he'd come on your behalf, and since he seemed to know the details, just assumed. Confound it, someone must have been eavesdropping on our conversation. If this charlatan was not here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of the town, and I should take the west. Oh, brilliant. Oh, I like that. I like that get up. Looks the same on dude as well. Yeah, I'm not much of thigh boot. I'm not much for thigh boots. Here we are. Male Mistella with short blue hair. There we go. You've located your quarry. Taylor, any sign of him? Yeah, he's over there. You've a keen eye. Let's move in before he makes good his escape. Right then, let's go have words with the blue-haired Mistel fella. I know his name, but I'm not going to say it yet.
there you are. The thief who claims the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea. Get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Christerium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
It's no fucking paradise, mate. It's like it's all been fucking tempered.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmoran's interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
You have a backup plan.
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shear, it was the difference between life and death.
Yeah.
I do not regret my decision. Yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best.
That's one way to find out.
We strive to bring swift salvation to this world. That countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
It's not who you are.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfido, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending.
Hopefully.
Shall we return to Wright then?
Alright.
Is that?
That's someone who's been... What is... They're on the beach.
I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble.
Let's go over there then, aren't we?
Come on. They may need our help.
Yeah, you don't fucking say. They're lying face down on a beach. Right, let's get over there, aren't I? Yeah. This place is not nice. Weakened Wretch. Lovely name. Work for your healing magic on him, man. That'll help. That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. This poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. Good move. Thought I was certain I were dead. However am I to repay this kindness? We have settled for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristel. I was invited into Yulmore to work as an artist. He's like, idea! A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures for them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Vorthry's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the goddamn ocean. From up there! How were you not dashed to pieces? Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Look, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous! And the city's gone down to such barbaric punishment. Oh, without second thought. When Lord Vorthry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. Fucking Vorthry. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its walls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. Must be something we can do. First, we should convey Tristel to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. Alright then. We're into city. Right then, off we go. Fucking Yulmore. And fucking Vorthry. Oh, what the? Oh, that's the Arc Mount. I thought someone was in trouble there. Basically, with a Mikote with lightning's hair. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life. And if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore. Insofar as I'm able, at any rate. To be frank, the sight of sending my saviours into that awful place makes me sick to the stomach. But since it's plain you set your minds on it, you just take this. It's my favourite paintbrush. The Yulmore and elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. If I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. Give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, honestly, I'm decided. That I shan't stay long in this place, nor with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession. I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. Alright then, Tristel. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristel has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill a vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role, I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, maybe you could pose as my assistant. Then it's settled. All we need now is to return to Gate Town and wait the next appearance of those vile jesters. Oh, brilliant! I'll see Pinky and fucking Perky again. I don't like those two. But Yulmore is, factually speaking, a toilet. utter toilet. A cesspool of a town. If someone burnt the place down, they'd get a fucking medal. Oh, brilliant. Here they are again. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. We've welcomed a peddler who made pearls from a plum, and now we've placed for a painter of a plum. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colours show. I can paint portraits, at least. Landscapes and still lifes so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied a new face in the crowd. What fortune you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof are you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your person? Hardly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I've only my brush to testify for me. Although you'll note it has seen no small amount of service. Oh, it's like a paint both old and new. A tool much loved and much used. Well, not a prop to be gaunted on the hop. Very well, come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on? Well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. He whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with him or not at all. Parasite, then. Which leaves his fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to one more sweet embrace. I can't do their accent. Oh, mercy me, then me all. We must took a leave without leaving a loving token. Once empty the sack, sir, we make our way back. Fucking wonderful.
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days.
Checking out my vlog for a second, just bear with us. Welcome to Yulemoor.
Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Right then. Welcome to the shithole. Oh, she's new. Oh, I can't speak to her. Yeah, I guess. Welcome, welcome to the city of final pleasures. Feel free to weep, it is magnificent. No? No single tear? Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents. You know, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head... put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is the first room on the left hand of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. Clerks will tell you where to go from there. Oh, and pay no mind to the folks off the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gate Town, they haven't turned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means take your time, but why waste another moment? Go, enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? Suppose we'd better show ourselves willing for the time being. Alright then. To the City of Final Pleasures. I hate this place. So damn much. Well, I do at the start. Welcome to you all, my fortunate friends. May I have your names? I'm Alphino, an artist, and this is Taylor, my assistant. Yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Umor are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favour of Lord Vorthree, and the bonded, who work in employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general labourer. I see. Might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually. Chai News and Dulia Chai. A misdealt couple whom most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, but I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility, for your own sake as much as theirs. Now a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. Alright. All in order, these are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Yulmoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. So just sending something to a mate who I knew would appreciate a pun. Welcome to Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. Here you go. What have we here? Alphino, artist. Taylor, artist assistant, to be employed in the service of Lord Shainus and Lady Dulia Shai. Yes, everything appears to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best we deliver you to the Shai residence before. Oh dear. You smell hideous. Did you crawl here into a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some water-washed beast. Proceed directly to the lavatory next door and scrub yourselves clean. Your two showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourselves presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Coronen, the guard by the stairs, will give you directions. Us? I hadn't realised we were so aromatic. The wonders of living in fucking medieval times. Where to bathe in here then? Yeah. Oh great, it's open. No, unless I'm doing it fucking properly. Yes, I did take all his clothes off to do that. And you just got to see Taylor in his skivvies. And because this is the posh place. They did the same thing as me. Oh, perfume. You know, me and the fucking in Vieira there did that. You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fills the air. Yeah, and there's a man here taking a full-on shower. Right then, Alfredo, your turn. Have you showered and dressed already, have you? Like, it's not, like to say, it seems rather exposed for one's abulations, does it not? What would a Stinian say? Good gods! You will mention nothing of this. Swear to me. Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons then? Yep. I figured the caped attire. I figured the full. I figured this attire would be the best one to use. But again, this is a bit of a toilet. You're looking to present yourself to the tries, are you? Well, let me explain how the city's laid out then. Imagine 3 layers, one on top of other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above us is the understory, where the military has its headquarters. And above that you've got the canopy, which is where free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs and look for the Grand Dame's parlour. They'll be in there like as not. Alright then. But yeah, up the stairs we go. Talking about weird things in Novice Network again. This time, stuff to do with whiskey. It's like... Oh. Time to put on my best posh accent.
Oh, who's this then?
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me. What an adorable boy.
I think she's just adopted him.
That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful. Welcome to Yulmore.
Alphino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
What bodyguard?
Assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture has begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Yeah, she's the one in command.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
He's like, oh fuck, what have I got myself into? Right then. I don't know what you got for me, man. Now you've had the opportunity to experience Yulmore. I suggest you make the most of it. Explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, perhaps. The places are usually filled with colourful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with their friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. Of course. Alright then. Over to this amiable maiden. Oh, hello there. A French register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you once happened to run into my attendant on your wanderings, were you? Big, strong lad, long hair, tight back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realised I'd dropped my handkerchief, and I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. Oh, lovely. A fetch quest only this time it's for a person. The fuck is he? Oh, over there. Oh. How the fuck did you get there? Come on, let's get you up, man. Let's get you up. Wicked, why that were close. Thank you, friend. Don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. Wind must have blown it over edge, but luckily it caught on something. Thought if I could have stretched out far enough. You must think highly of your mistress. She's my entire world. Without her, I'm nothing. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to this city than wealth and plenty. There's no war here, no conflict. Residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has been ever so kind to me. I think of no other place in Kaluja where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, might have gone a bit carried away. Find out how to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, come with me to meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, we witness to her generosity firsthand. What, lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet, I must return to her immediately. This bloody city. My attendant told me everything. I'm so grateful you were there to offer your assistance. You value him highly, then. As if he were a member of my own family. I could not live without the wonderful life I lead without him. We are free citizens. We free citizens owe the bonded our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore a most gracious measure, a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantness. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all of our property, financial, intellectual or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see you on the market after offer as a return for the as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work on Julie. You haven't? I kind of helping someone out. Tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humour. Anyway, a lady by the name of Tistabi usually has a seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find herself on her good side. Oh God. She has sent me to the beehive. The beehive is a strip joint. As you can see, they've got dancers. Pole dancers. You there? I need you to fetch my honeybee. Which honeybee? Don't be daft. The only person who's attractive is me, of course. People in masks. And the bloody pole dancer. Nice. Just a bee? Welcome to Beehive, my little drone. Seeking the exciting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see. Always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at ease, eh? Quick game of high or low. It's a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If we win, I'll grant you a single favour. Within reason, of course. Interested? Ready for a game of high or low, then? Let's play. Good for you. No talent like present, I say. 3 cards for you, 3 for me. You flip one of yours over, I flip over 2 of mine. Holy shit. Let's go high for this one then. I'll take that. Congratulations, your card was right. Usually I concede defeat at this point. What do you say to a rematch? One more win, we'll talk about that favour. Alright then. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, I flip 2 of mine. Call high again. She gets low. Round, another round then. Well, would you look at that? Think you got a knack for this, newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. Well, I need to find out what's going on in the city then. Come whisper in my ear then, and don't be shy. Tell her what it can do for you. Sol, how delightfully wholesome. But if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin Eaters. They say Lord Vorsu was born with the power to command them, which means no Yulmoran need ever raise a weapon in defence of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your wrist still needs scratching, you may get a few words out of a Tharn over there. There's not that merry tot likes more than the sound of his own voice. A Tharn, does he? Oh, him! What's that? New to Yulmore, you say? I only just arrived and you're already looking to peer away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm overtrying, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. Tell you what, if you're up on stage, give it a dance first, and then we can have our little talk. Oh, brilliant. If you're gonna do this, in a fucking city. That's the way, dance like there's no tomorrow. Woo! That was a show. Welcome to clamber up on my stage anytime you like. Are you hitting on me, sir? Yes. Fair enough, fair enough. You're not the first to try, but the last one, unfortunately, was a lot better than you are. Don't try again. Fair enough. So, what were you wanting to ask me then? Ah, yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Ulmoran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against Sin Eaters. Things changed for us. Oh, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. It's got this way with eaters, you see. Turned them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something as an ally to Yulmore. No longer an enemy to be feared. And yet elsewhere, there are still fools who insist on fighting and losing battles. A toast to Lord Vorthree. Right, best go have a word with the Chais then. I've only got an hour or so left. Just have time. Back to Dulia. Oh, you've returned from your jaunt about the city. So soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Alphino is yet to put a brush to canvas. Oh, one cannot rush good art, I'm told. All good artists, apparently. Oh, finally. So at least he's made sure to come looking the part. I put together an ensemble of the garments you chose. Is it satisfactory? Quite simply put, Dulia is taken to dressing him up. Oh goodness gracious me, that outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy, however am I to decide? I don't recall this part of the artistic process, Alphino. Exactly, the lad's an artist, dear. It's not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since enjoying ourselves so thoroughly. Well, I'm not... I just say, as long as you... just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint in a moment's notice. Whatever you say, darling. So, shall we pick out some jewellery next? Oh, God. I think Alphino looks simply precious in the more frilly fashions, but he seems most comfortable in travelling wear. So I settled on his current wardrobe. It's not a common style in Newmore, and I can just imagine the heads turning as he strides through the crowd. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently this extends how I should dress while painting. This obsession of hers works in our favour. The time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. Yeah, and you're not complaining about it either, are you? No, not really. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff out the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Of course. Right then. To the stairs. Fuck are they? I can't talk to her. In the understory. Ow. Look around all you like, but whatever you do, don't knock me in here when you leave. Yeah, they don't like dead bodies with the soup. Funny enough. Sorry, didn't make that noise. You're one of the bodied, aren't you? Like me? Please don't you help my throat. I can't sing anymore. You're making excuses, but it's not been getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm not of use to him, then you just sneak out to the derelicts and describe my condition to Thoriak. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please have no one else to turn to. So I had to make her throat sound fucked. Right, and actually, I'm going to try and attempt to make that jump. I mean, it's a tricky one, but it must be makeable. Nearly. Might need to be a bit higher up. And not fall off the fucking stairs. Well, this looks like looks a good spot near here. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, we'll be able to get there from there. Yeah, that requires pixel fucking perfection. Ah, that was sprint. I'm gonna give it one more try, and then we're gonna go downstairs to have a word with Thoriak. Yeah, sprint doesn't help. Nearly hit it though. I'll do that another day. Oh, nice oil pots. Basically, the shit pots. Thoric, I mean. You need medicines, tonics, potions. Yeah, here. A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No medicine to cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. Must be cut out, excised, and even then the voice may never heal completely. You poor little songbird. Where they came from the nest, I wonder? Or simply silence the chirps? And your face, didn't know? One of the many hopefuls who entered the city, very few were ever seen to leave. Even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurt from the balconies, but the rest, gone. Town of nightmares it is. Not for this ship's rat, oh no. I'm content to scurry around here and nibble on crumbs from which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day. That's not brilliant, is it? Oh, actually, I guessed the right bloody bit. It's a fucking disturbing place, this, when you think about it. Get my medicine? Yeah, it's a bit more complex than that. A lump in it. She's got a poor thing's got a fucking tumour. What am I to do if I can't sing? Oh, so there you are, my free sweet canary. Been crying again. Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Generous serve mercy, done all I can, but even the apothecary said. So you've been suffering all this time? I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realised your affliction with this grave. Needn't fret. I'll not reward you at your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You're too kind, sir. What use am I if I cannot sing? I fear that I become more burden to you than treasure. And now you shall have a word with Lord Vorthree and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness will your song ring out clearly once again. Maybe you think it a step too far. Right, you would do that for me? Of course. Why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing that your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. I know what ascension is. Ascension. Oh, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Vorthree we learned of this truth. It is through Lord Vorthree's grace that the people of Yulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment, until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Vorthree is truly a great man, isn't he? Now, if you'll excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. That ain't right. That's... yeah. I'm not going to go into what that ascension involves, because it's fucking grotesque. Needless to say, there's something fucking wrong about this city. Something really, really wrong. Actually, we're nearly at the end of this bit already. Holy shit. It's good to see you back. You were taking so long I began to worry something had happened. I'd begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the tries appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? Explain. So Lord Vorthree boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence of which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that of the apothecary and his ominous remarks. So many folk have entered the city over the years. Where did they go? Oh, great. This bit. I take my eyes off you for one moment. You're chatting away with that assistant of yours. Might I assume the outline is done then? Oh, what in the blazes? That's a nice picture, actually. It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Avno. Where's your artistic interpretation? Should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty? Lord Chai, you said this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed to me that's a realistic portrayal. Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... ah! That ain't good. I say, did that come from above? Oh, these two again. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose set to ruin our fair city. But our Lord has got him now, and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watched it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. Oh, brilliant. A malcontent, how dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing. That's right, in fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mention is part of the emergent, the level above us where Lord Vorthree resides. Ordinarily you'd be barred from entering, but it seems they'll be opening its doors for next little while. The crown lift will take you up there. You'd better not dawdle then. Right then. Time to meet one of the biggest scumbags in the fucking game.
That's him. That's Vorthri.
Holy shit. Big fat bastard right there. This dude's scum. And those are sin eaters.
He is attended by sin eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Mercy. Mercy.
I know that voice.
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Oh, fuck you!
Lord Vorthri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished, and this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man of business, yet his subsequent conduct has shown him to be anything but. Europe is a city built on love for one's fellow man. Those who have naught to give and live only to take are a blight upon our society! To atone for this crime, I ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that. What then is a man of mercy to do, but offer the sinner another way to show his contrition?
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin eaters are part of Yulmor's society, but they must be fed with ether. Living ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by his own hand, from his own hide.
Oh,
And
brilliant.
Still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
I'm gonna kill him.
It is true that Kaishia won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept, but to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmor?
Oh, you dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear.
You've got 15,000 chins. Shut the fuck up.
For I alone can command the Sin Eaters. And thus am the voice of justice, and any who oppose me, villains to be punished.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artiste! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
Nothing more than a tantruming fucking toddler.
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could.
Just a fucking bit.
Can you walk?
I think so. Did that little worm just insult me?
Yeah. Bit late to the fucking party there, fat boy.
I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Right then. Well, that's that, innit? Well, looks like I'm getting out of this fucking glamour already. That's the Forgiven's version, which I need to get my hands on. Forgive me, in my anger I seem to have marched us back outside again. Though it is probably for the best we leave the island altogether, I believe we've won out our welcome in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find few allies in Kalusia. I'll accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Okay. Probably a good move. Kaishir, I've done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risk inherent in you accepting it. Had I but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your ideal work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me. And now Lord Voltry wants us all dead. Why not come back with us to the Crystarium? I'm sure we can find work for you there if you're willing. No, that would leave me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Ulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry. And you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alphino! Lord and Lady Chai? What in the blazes did you do? You have the entire city looking for you! I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had captured the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold and flinching. I taught it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vorthy and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Lady Chai. There are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What can be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray press me no further. We are leaving, but I will not presume to take the garments you were so kind to procure to me. One moment. I want to hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I'll return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. Next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. Right then. Looks like I'm off over to Cracked Shell. That was a tantrum and a fucking half. I've not seen one like that in a while. Yeesh. About to say, if that's the welcome we're getting there, which will not be coming back for some time. No, without something to deal with that maniac. Seriously, just put Xenos in there, and I guarantee you he'd be running it in about an hour, probably into the ground. Oh, he'd still run it better than Vorthy. I don't find that man particularly good. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid affair. Well, not quite the joyous outcome I'd hoped for. Our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vorthy and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. So that's 2 zones done, pretty much. Well, you can't scan for 1. Fucking Vorthy. In we go. Right then. It's good to be back amongst friends, not to mention my dear sister. I've not seen her for some time, but I gather she's as keen to press on with our plans as I am. You've seen quite a lot of the First yourself now. More than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done. Really then, have a word with him.
And so you return?
Yep, it's about time.
Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
Yep.
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist.
Go on.
Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmor might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vortig's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens.
Yeah.
Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Are you sure that eliminating the Wardens will be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then.
Naturally. Whoa!
In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds.
Yep.
This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source.
Yep.
And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations.
Yeah, that was a big one.
These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
One of them dark. The fire one was the most recent, by the way. That one was Bahamut. The earth one was Alag. Was the one in the with the Allagans. The water, that was a beauty. That one was, I can't remember the name. Oh yeah. That involved the Weeping City of Mark. And the dark one was the first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6 left. It's unbalanced already, but the dark one
At present, the light
fucked
cloud
everything.
realm of the first stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the first and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we'd put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements.
Lena, that's her name.
They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
That ain't good. But I'm not going to have time to do the dungeon. I'm going to have to call it here.
Alert the guard.
Once the
We
cutscene's
should be
over.
prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
My lord.
Pray, lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
But yeah, I'm not going to have time to do the dungeon before Dynamite comes on. So I'm going to talk with the Exarch once more. Hallminster Switch is in the north of the Lakeland, so we best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of the Ascension Gate, of the Ascensor Gate. I shall lead you there myself. Right, so what I'm going to do now so as I go, I'm going to find someone to raid, see who's going. No one I normally go with. Go with who I meant to go with a little while ago. Raid. Raving Loon. And I will see you guys all later. Oh, great. I can't raid them then. Never mind. This one will do. In any case, I will see all you guys later. Have a lovely evening, and I will see you around.
Introduce